Son of a bitch. I didn't hit live. I didn't hit go live. This whole time I've been yapping. This whole time I was talking and nobody... Now I have to do it all over again. Now I have to do the whole thing over again. All right. Good. Good. I've literally been yapping for over 15 minutes. Okay. I guess I'm gonna just do it again. So, abridged version. This is for the very serious Juniper Dev Game Jam. Very, very serious, don't you know? I have done game jams in the past. And this one, I want to do more this year. So my first game jam I did was Tower of Bricks, which was GMTK 2024. And it was like an only up type style game in 2D where you could place Lego bricks. And then the game reacted basically to how you achieved your path upward, whether you failed or succeeded, which way you went first, whether you touched the blocks first or not, etc. And it was all voiced by me as a narrator reacting to the player. Then I had this year, I actually took part in a smaller game jam, a much smaller game jam, and I actually got ranked first in the fishing enjoyment category. Now, this was a fishing horror game jam, and I actually did it in 3D this time, which meant there was a lot of challenges, but it worked out. I also did some amount of 2D. I had the fish that you actually caught be in 2D and be randomly procedurally generated. And yeah, it was a lot of fun, and I did much better than expected. Then in last year, actually, so I guess I should have done this first, but that's fine. I did He Is Looping, which is a roguelike style game where you are a little dude and you are collecting loot and trying to make your build as good as possible, so that way you can fight the final boss. And if you die to the final boss, you loop again. If you beat the boss, then you go to a brand new world, and it goes like that. But how did I do in that game jam? I think it was pretty reasonable. You know, 2,000, 3,000s out of 9,500 entries. So there you go. I think that sums up my past with game jams for the most part. I've done a lot of game dev stuff prior to game jams. However, that was back in like the Flash days. So those can't really play anymore because Flash is dead. So if we look at this game jam, which we're going to be doing for the next 7 days, I'll be streaming around this time on the weekdays, and then on the weekend I'll probably stream earlier than this. My past game jams, I've streamed all of or part of them. I guess the very first one in 2024 I didn't stream, but the last two I did. So the theme this year is actually Spin to Win, which got me kind of excited, although did ruin my plans because I was planning to do a game like Nail and Scale, if you've ever seen that, like a Game Boy game. But I don't think this theme works very well with something on the Game Boy, you know? So that game was really cool because you could throw nails and then use them as platforms to get up and kill enemies, and there were breakable blocks, and I guess you could do something around that theme, and except instead of, you know, throwing them at walls to stand on, you could have it rotate or spin the entire game area. That's a possibility, but I don't know. Either way, I think when I think of Spin to Win, I think of quite a few things. So I got some ideas here. My first idea was that, hey, Beyblades, spinning top battles, which would be kind of neat. And then you could, let me show Krita for a second here. What you could do is have, so you know how you have your arena, which looks something like this, whatever. It'll have a more interesting shape, but there's like, it's basically a big bowl here. And you launch your Beyblades or spinning tops into them, and then they go around and they bash into each other, and it's a lot of fun. But you have like your launcher that you're holding on to, whatever, your hand might be here, blah, blah, blah. And then on the other side is your thing that you're going to drop in. But you could have like a crank here with a handle, and then you're holding, and then you use your mouse to grab it and spin it around to increase your power meter. Your power meter would go up and fill up, and then you could perhaps like flick your mouse forward and then release to get your to change where you're going to land in the arena, you know, just to have give you a little more control. And then you could customize your, you know, your effectively your Beyblade. You could have a top and a middle and like a bottom or something, and they could give you different stats and change the physics. So, you know, that would be kind of fun. It's not the most original concept in the world, but getting the physics would be a little difficult. Well, we could, in theory, do it. My other thoughts were like, you know, Mario has some games where he's got like the hat, and you jump up and he spins and he goes super high, and then he like, kind of like floats and twirls on his way down. But I'm like, I don't think I can make a whole game out of that. You know, I don't think so. At least not a satisfying one. So then, you know, there's ideas. Okay, well, instead of maybe rotating the player or in the Beyblade or whatever, maybe you're rotating the whole game screen, and have things shift and rotate and tumble down. And you could make it into a puzzle game or an action game or something like that. You could do it in 2D or 3D. There's a lot you can work with that concept, but the concept on its own isn't enough. I would need to add something to it. Then when I think of spin to win, I think of like Souls-likes, where you're spinning a weapon around and you're killing enemies, and you don't care. You just use the spin to win. You know, you swing your greatsword around and you cleave through a whole bunch of stuff. Arena shooters, horde shooters, and Avengers and stuff, they're not wildly popular, and they're very easy to make. So I don't think it would be super exciting to do that. We can do, you know, things like roulette wheels or other casino gambling stuff, but I don't want to promote gambling. So I don't want to go in that direction. So then I thought, well, actually, what if I kind of combine some of these ideas together and still try and keep scope a little bit lower? I did make an inverse kinematics procedural animation type style thing a while back. It is a little jank, but I do have a clip of it here where, you know, you have your robot. You could have 4 legs, you have 2 legs. I can change their gait, how they walk or how fast they walk, etc. And what we could do is, what if we attach spinning weapons to them and make them fight each other like battle bots? But you gotta, and hell, maybe you make a robot that has 0 legs. Do something like that. It would be fun. It would be a lot of work, and I don't know what the gameplay loop would be. Would it be build your robot by swapping parts and configuring them differently? Make them battle for money. Take your winnings to then upgrade your robot and do something like that. And that would be the gameplay loop, and try and get through like a tournament, maybe. However, it is by far the most work. Even if I make it fairly simple. But then again, I have some assets already and some code that I've written like a couple months ago at this point that I could reuse a bunch of. The biggest thing would be I never actually resolved much of the collision detection issues between them, because procedural animation is just, especially with inverse kinematics, I'm saying, hey, put the foot here, not really considering the progress here. You know, actually, my original start time was 1:45, so I'm technically starting earlier. I had hoped to start, you know, now, but the voting for this is based on enjoyment, creativity and theme use, visuals, audio, and seriousness. And I'm assuming seriousness is ironic, based on everything else that we see for this game jam. The rules: no Gen AI, art, or audio. Never planned on it. I was going to do everything myself. You can work in alone in teams. I'll probably do pretty much everything myself unless someone comes in and wants to do music. Your game must run on web or Windows. That's fine because I'll be doing all three, web, Windows, and Linux builds, as I always have. No, not safe for work or strong language stuff. No, understandable. Based on the people in the Discord, a lot of them are kind of childish. So, yeah, I think our audience is definitely younger than mine. But that is also fine because I also don't really do much of this on my channel. I don't like gore in general myself. Late submissions, you have a 24-hour window, which is actually quite kind of them. And then the sponsors that I don't care about. Because anything that is sponsoring so many YouTube videos is probably not that great. Like boot.dev, I get scuzzy feelings from them, and I hate Unreal, so I'm using Godot. And that is because, well, Unreal hates Linux. At least as a company, they do. Tim Sweeney is brutally against Linux, and I will never forget them for buying out Rocket League, removing Linux support that they had, and then taking it off Steam entirely. Yeah, they can go, screw themselves. So, anyways, I'm gonna start by doing Beyblade stuff and see if it works. I think that's the play. So I just have like the very basics of our thing set up here for now. And I'm just going to do some very quick tests. So, oops. Where is transform? Here we go. So it's gonna have to be at 0.5. Okay. That way the tip is there, and I'm not gonna worry about making it look great or anything like that. Obviously, we're gonna test here. Oh yeah. Where is, I can put this in chat as well. Blah, blah. Okay. And I'm so sorry to French Ferret, who was talking literally while I thought I was live and I was not live. Okay, so collision shape is obviously going to be, actually what? Cylinder shape. And it's going to be at 0.5. Now I change its size easily. I'm gonna have to actually eyeball it. I guess it doesn't really matter that much, but the cylinder. Oh, here we go. Size 1, radius 0.75. That would be close enough for our need. Now, I would actually probably prefer it be a cone. I thought I'd be able to. But it doesn't have a top radius or bottom radius. It just has a radius, which is inconvenient. Obviously, a sphere wouldn't be appropriate, so whatever. I mean, we'll just run with it for now. It doesn't really matter. Okay, so this will be our top, and then glider, model, and we will. These are all just placeholders, obviously. I need static body 3D actually for down here, and it needs a glider of actually, you know what? Instead of doing this, why don't I just make a, where is it, CSG box? I will just have everything I need anyways. Let's just make it 20 by 20 and lower it down so that it's 1 tall, so minus 0.5. That way 0, 0 is the exact flat, or y of 0 is the flat area. Z position, there we go, that's fine. Okay. And we'll just, this will be our floor for now, just to test it. I will need some others. I'm just going to do this as a very quick test. See how we can handle slopes and such. Let's make it, I guess it's going to have to be more than that, but the rotation, let's say 35. And then just kind of shove it over here as a test. And its position, I can probably round up. Not quite. Okay, that's probably fine. Y position. And then 0, just so it's easy to reproduce. Do this. I like how it paste it here. There we go. I can just slide it over and we'll go to minus 11.5 and rotate it like so. And I copy both of them and I rotate like so. Just so we have a little bit of an arena. Obviously this won't be completely flat. Do I have any tests? Oh, I do have tests. Whatchamacallit, textures I can work with. So let's do that. New folder, textures. I'll just copy it over from previous prototype. Where did I put this? Textures. Nope. Materials. Damn it. It's not this, is it? I know I have this somewhere. I know you guys can't see. It's just what project did I've got way too many folders. This one maybe? Assets. Textures. Oh, there we go. I'll grab these. I'll copy them over to our project. So that I can just slap on some textures so we can see. Good enough. So obviously this won't do anything to start with, but in fact, I don't even have their camera set up. I forgot. Camera 3D. It will be up like this. It needs to be pointed down a bit. Where is the FOV? 90. Okay. Now we're not gonna have any light here, so it's pitch black. I'm also gonna change our default resolution here. Just because I'm using it on my smaller monitor. So we can do that. Now it's completely black, so we will add our environment. In fact, do I have my environments? From another project I can steal. I could take it. I don't want. I mean, maybe. I can try. Spin to win, assets. Let's make a new folder for environments. Obviously, this was made for a horror game, but so it's, yeah, not really terribly appropriate. Let's see. I'm gonna turn the fog off. Still pitch black, huh? There's that's curious. Oh, I turned ambient light off. Okay, that's at least something. Oh, I need to have collision on. One's fine, I assume. I think, will that apply to all of them? I'm not sure. Either way, collision on one, okay. It's fine. It doesn't fall over. That's expected because I just have it as a cylinder collider right now. So it is actually stable. And I'm probably gonna try and do the rotation itself a little bit more. Oops, let's move the top over here and see what happens. Let's see if I have to. Oh, okay. That does in fact work. Okay. Very good. So now we can do a little bit of scripting. Let's attach a script. Scripts. This will be our top. And that's fine, to be honest. Let's just make it spin around the, in this case, y-axis. But I'm going to have it based on the model. So what I'm going to do is at export var. This will be the model itself, which is in this case CSG box 3D or cylinder 3D, just to test with. And then I'm gonna go. I could, get it another way, but that's fine. Then we're gonna be like, all right, I need to get its current rotation. Let's see. Rotate. Rotate around axis in 3D. Using 3D transforms. I'm not reading all this. I think I can get the basis. And that would be this object. 3x3 matrix. And plus positive y is up. Generally by default. Okay, good to know. I can get its y. And I think we now need to figure out how to self dot rotate. I might want to use global rotate, to be honest, just so I don't have to worry about local coordinates around the axis of this. And the amount would be, well, let's do this. Let's just do it this way for now. Is that... Huh? What is wrong with this? Oh, sorry, I can't use rotation because it's already right. I guess I don't actually need to. Yeah, I can just use... we're kind of... No, I kind of do want to... It could actually just be like this. That'll probably be fine. Yeah, don't worry about it. X3 and flow for plus. Guess it doesn't really matter that much. Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna make a variable. So time increases by delta every time, and then we're going to just rotate based on that and see what happens. He's in fact spinning. Look at him go. Oh, that was weird. Okay, next I want to see what happens if I do this. mean, meow. Mm. That is interesting behavior, I will say. Let's say spin speed. Say that and do time that. Slow it down a little bit. Although actually I need to. Is this in angle? What is the angle in radians? That's 2 pi r. What is 360 degrees in radians? Oh my gosh. That is 2 pi. Yeah. So if I just take this and can I just do modules operator, or do I have to do mod F? I don't think so. I think I can do this. 2 times pi. Really? Why not? Why the heck not? Godot. Modulus with float. Just what? Wait, I can use wrap, can't I? Is it wrap? It's always some weird. I think it's wrap. And have it go between 0.0 and 2 pi. Let's see. Wraps the float value between min and max, inclusive. Max is exclusive. Okay, that probably works. Maybe. Where's it going? Hold on. Remote game top. Let's look at your It is spinning very, very fast. Let's slow it down like giga much. Don't know why it's doing that. Per se. Yeah. Could also, instead of doing it this way, be like me. I don't know if I love this idea that much. I feel like the math is just going to be a pain in the ass. Probably. It is not colliding properly, evidently. And I don't know why, necessarily. Why is it, why, what? Huh? Maybe I should, instead of, I wanted to keep spinning consistently, but, I mean, what I could do is apply, torque, rotational force, and it's, probably around this. But then it's gonna be applying. No, that's not a good idea. What if I do let's see what happens if I do this. I don't know. Well, it just fell to the ground anyways. Why is it not colliding? Huh? My collision layer is set. Floor collision is set. And yet it's still falling through. But why, sir? What did I ever do for that? Huh? This is why I should have done just a 2D game after all. Yeah. I mean, the idea's there, but how long would it take me to figure this out, you know? Versus, if we go to our other ideas. Spin to Win's a tough theme to work with, honestly. What other people are trying to get done here? Oh, someone made a logo already. Looks like a lot of people are still in concept stages, but there's definitely people making oh, they're using pre-made assets, clearly. Just scrolling through the Discord. Progress pics. Obviously, I'm starting late because I had to wait till after work. Stim to Whim. Wow, that's quite the title. All right, anyways. I don't see any like major inspiration there. Why is it suddenly not colliding with this? Very confuzzled. Because it literally was before, no problem, and I didn't really change anything. Now it's just going, wait, what? Oh, I bet I moved something. Oh, yeah, that's why. That is why. I moved my model. Whoops. This is supposed to be up here. There we go. There we go. That will make things actually work. Yeah, okay. My bad. So let's test this. By torque. Doesn't seem to. So let's try this. It's a Giving Rainbow Road. Yeah, this is just my like generic I need to be able to see stuff texture. You know what, I could add, where's my environment? I could also add a spotlight right above. Rotate it like this. So we can see a little bit better. That didn't work at all. Shadows on, lights. Wait, why did this not work? Oh, I saw a little tiny bit of lighting there. If it's lower down. It's just not strong enough. Raise the lighting power. What? That is so jank. My question is range attenuation. That is 0 will maintain constant brightness throughout most of the range. That looks terrible. Terrible. I regret my decision to make a spotlight. Really? Why is it like this? You know what? It's something. At least gives us something. So anyways, back to the top. So if I go back to doing something like this, it will spin. I noticed it causes it to lag falling. And the lighting is horrible, which means my performance is probably trash. Which is curious. But I want to see something. If I rotate the model, for instance. It does spin around. Okay, that's good. So that means I'll be able to control that with code and not rely on physics for it. So let's put that back. And our collider, our shape, I really do need to change, unfortunately. I don't think... Well, I could... The collider for the ground could be much smaller, to be honest. And I could have multiple colliders too, to be honest. Or one that's polygon 3D. And then give it a bunch of points. That would be kind of a pain in the ass, so. Anyways. Yeah. Why does it lag so much if I'm... Self dot global rotation dot y is equal to... Can I not do that? Oh, this plus this. No, because I'm going to need to rotate the whole... I can't just do it around one. I have to do it around an axis, not just change the Y rotation. My question is, why does that cause such a horrible performance decrease? Literally just rotating one thing. Once it stops falling, it's fine. But that shouldn't be the case. Weird. I wonder if it's a rigid body. It shouldn't have to like move and collide. I could. Angular velocity, linear velocity, solver, continuous, contact monitor. Don't care right now. I will later. Center mass at 0, 0. I guess I could change that for the future. Wow, that looks terrible. I don't think I've ever seen it behave like this before, but I've also never tried to just be spinning something like this. That... Godot, I'm going to be doing a lot of Googling here. This is a rigid body 3D. It's like rigid bodies are affected by physics. Recommend using a character body. I guess I could change it. Let's oh, it's Juniper Dev. I didn't even realize who said that. Thanks for checking out my stream. Let's change type. Character. Oops, not chapter. Character body. I guess if I want more fine control, I kind of have to do that. Character body 3D. So now it'll probably just spin and not fall. Correct. And what did that change for our stuff over here? I think we're fine. Floor, stop on slope. I don't actually want to stop on slope. I want it to slide. Slide on ceiling, I mean, that's fine. And my question is, if I do this without rotating, will it fall? Nope. Means I'm pretty sure I have to fall, move, and slide. Maybe not. I realize I haven't really done a character controller in 3D before. We did 3D with Fishy Fetchy, but you're just sitting in a boat. And all I really did was rotate based on your most movements. Let's see. I think we're. Let me go look. Godot character body 3D. What does that have available to us? Okay, I can just look in here. Actually, that's probably easier. Motion mode. What's that? Set the motion mode, which defines the behavior of move and slide. Okay, but you didn't tell me what my options are. Oh, okay, motion mode. Grounded or floating? Well, we want grounded, which I already have it set as. Okay, that's fine then. I call move and slide. Moves the body based on velocity. If the body collides with another, it will slide along the other. Method should be used in the physics process, which I'm actually not doing. Whoops. Oops. Function, physics, process. And we will do that over here. That's probably fine, because I want time to go independent more often. Did I set the frame rate of this game yet? I'm defaulting to jolt physics. I forgot about that. Actually, I think that's just new in the latest version of Godot. They swapped over to it, if I remember. Filter FPS or frame rate. Not. I know it's here somewhere. Clearly. Print FPS. I mean, that's cool and all, but I want to set the limit. Let's debug. Godot. Maybe I'm just thinking of old versions, but that's from 2023. That's not going to help me much. Seven years ago, that's definitely not going to help. Okay, whatever. It doesn't really matter. I've decided it doesn't matter. Why? What do I have related to velocity? Really? Character body has way less stuff than the rigid body did, which is interesting. I really thought it would just do the gravity for me. But it is clearly not. Look at it's rotating, but it's not spinning. Or it's not falling. Why is that? Oh, this is music we made for the last game jam. My playlist. Gravity. Right. Nope. There's gotta be. What? Because I have it set in the project settings. Surely. Default gravity vector -1. Default gravity 9.8 meters per second squared. Does rotating cause it to not fall? Nope, it just doesn't fall at all. Is this even triggering? It sure is. Oh, of course it is, because it's rotating. Move and slide. Is there anything else I'm supposed to be doing here? Like, huh? What am I supposed to do? And this is one of the things where I'm just like, should it just work? Shouldn't it just work? Oh, it feels weird that I'd have to like do this, but let's just test for now. Sometimes when you open stream, it sends you back to the start instead of live. Yeah, that happens to me too. I've also noticed that. Okay, that is it. So I do actually have to affect its velocity myself. Yeah, I've noticed that where it just sends you to the very start of the stream and then you have to hit the button to go to live. And then it brings you to the current time. YouTube's been doing weird things. Very weird things. Now in the settings, we're looking at how do I reference this? There's a way to get it. Physics server 3D. I wish I could like, oh, maybe I can. There we go. Set the default gravity. I don't want to set it. I want to get the gravity, preferably. Well, let's go here and see. I don't sound like a bird. While my logo is in fact a bird, I am not a bird. I get parameter area, get param. Physics server 3D area param gravity. Oh, it needs the ID and dude. Why? Wait, there's probably a get gravity. There is a get gravity. Does that return me a vector 3? It sure does. So let's just set our velocity for now to default gravity. Wow, if I interesting. I really have to set it every frame. That's wonky as hell. We'll probably multiply that by delta. I'm so slow. I don't actually know if I have to multiply that by delta or not. But I want to do this and maybe let's test something here. Rotate around your own thing. And if I do this, I did slide down. I didn't really rotate at all. I don't know if I have to set friction on these at all. I don't even know if I can, to be honest. Material, no. Collision priority. And I really don't get a lot of options here. What about you? I allowed us to slide down, which is what I want. But it's I guess that's no, like I would have expected to rotate at least a little bit. Maybe it's because if I do this. Rotate the max, lower the max angle? No. If I stop on slope, it'll just sit there. What? Debug. Visible collision shapes. Need the camera to like... Where did I put the camera? I'm gonna put the camera on the top. It'll move with them for now. Something like this. Oh God, I didn't think about that. I didn't think about that. I'm rotating self instead of just the model. You know what, actually? What if I don't rotate it and I just rotate the model inside of it? That way the container itself isn't moving, but the visual is. Nausea simulator, yeah, exactly. Just curious why does it slide if I have set stop on slope to true? Is it treating it like a ceiling? No. Min wall slide angle. Wall slide. Minimum angle in radians where the body's allowed to slide when it encounters a wall. I mean, we don't really technically have walls here because our... Ah, I see. So it was, in that case, treating it as a wall because the angle was lower than, or was higher than the 30 degrees I'd set. So then it was doing this slide instead of the slope slide. So if I do this, but it slides, but doesn't cause any rotation, interestingly enough. I would have to try and do that, which I could do. I could determine the slope and then rotate it to match, but that's not really how a top would work anyways. Not that I know the physics of a spinning top, but... You know, the thought is there, I suppose. You know, I never really even thought of the physics of a top. But all we have to do is arcadeify it anyways, because real ones probably would not be all that fun. Also, I need to make sure this is going at like a consistent speed. It looks like it's picking up speed, which is obviously not what I want. It's at least not right now. Yeah, it is picking up speed because rotate by how much? Oh, I see. It's because I'm not rotating it by a set amount. I would really have to do it this way. I wouldn't need time for that. I'm not setting it to something. I'm rotating it by that amount. That's why. Now I can afford to make this go much faster. This will be way faster. Whee! Okay. And it's not too fast that it does like that weird wheel thing where you get the optical illusion of it like spinning the other direction. I kind of want to try and avoid that if possible. Okay. So now I'd have to try and figure out... Well, actually, what do I need to do next? It needs to gain... I'm setting... Oh, maybe that's why. Because I'm setting its velocity specifically to... If I just change our Y velocity. No, it didn't gain any velocity by sliding. The character body is weird, dude. Like, why wouldn't it gain horizontal velocity from sliding on the ground like that? Why wouldn't it? I would have expected it to. If it was a ball. Hold on, actually. No, that's a silly idea, but what if I make this a sphere? I need this to... what? Oh, that's the camera box. That's what. The collider. What if I do something like this? No, it does the exact same thing. No, I don't necessarily know. On leave. Okay, that's moving platform. I don't care about that. If true, the body will always move at the same speed on the ground no matter the slope. No, I don't want that. Axis lock, so I could fix it to be up. I don't even understand why it doesn't rotate at all. Normally it would. Like, for instance, if I were to do a rigid body. Actually, wait a minute. If I do a CSG test thing, and I go, it is sphere, and I bring it over here, and I drop it. Oops, I forgot. Wait, it should have collision on over. Oh, no, it doesn't. It's not on by default. Although it's not in my camera view. Huh? Huh? Why is it not even... I thought these were automatically physics enabled. I thought that's what... No, I guess not. I guess it wouldn't. That does make sense. Transform, move back over here. Add a collider. Although it's weird because this should already have collision for it, but it doesn't count. Maybe that's my problem. Maybe it's the jank test CSG stuff that you're really not supposed to use. Maybe that's why. What did I use in my other project then? Hold on, I'm gonna open it up and see. What did I previously do? Actually, I don't even know. What project would I open up where I did that? Where I did 3D physics. Have I ever done 3D physics before? I guess a little bit, but... That was 2D. I mean, I've done 3D stuff, but that wasn't using physics. Don't know what I'm doing. I have no idea what I'm doing. I need mesh instance 3D. That's what I was looking for this whole time. Holy crap. There we go. Sphere mesh. Beautiful. Bring it up here. Then I make this have collision. Yes. See how it rolls? It rolls like that. That's what I want. That's what I want. So this top, I don't know if I like the player. Well, I'm gonna need the player controller, but let's do a secondary test here. What if I make this mesh instead of that? It is a cylinder. I go bottom radius is 0, and the height is 1. And where's your transform? Cell 0, 0. Let's move you up. Or, sorry, up. All right? Yeah. And the collision shape we will change to be... can I do it the same with cylinder? Not really. Why can't I have a cone collider by default? Is that too much to ask? Is that too much to ask? Evidently, yes. If I do this, it's going to be hella jank. Did fall in. I mean, that's kind of what I expected to happen, but oops. Move the whole thing. Yeah, because then it's going to just roll. I mean, that makes sense. Not really what I want. So what a collision shape of maybe I do a cylinder. Let's see what happens. Height of 1. Don't know why you're way over there. TBH. 0, 0. I'm going to put this at 0.5. And let's make the radius like half that for now. And see how that reacts to the slope. It topples over, which is kind of what you'd expect. What you could do here. Now, I guess it doesn't have the same possibilities. Maybe it does. Axis lock. Angular wise, then it wouldn't rotate on the y-axis. Evidently no. X and Z, yes, that would do it. But then obviously it doesn't slide. So is my problem that I'm using... Is this a problem with the character body? Because I want a combination of the two at this point. Let's change the type of this. Going back to rigid body. And then our collider will be fine. Our model needs to... I'm just going to copy this guy, actually. And then I will give it a fabulous texture. And then this is now mesh instance 3D. I'm only spinning the model itself based around our current. Oh, I have to reassign this. There we go. Oh, right. This is now a rigid body 3D. Okay, there's no move and slide because, again, no character. We don't have a velocity thing, which we shouldn't have to set anyways. Whee! Okay. Oh, actually, you know what? Hold on. Let me just... I think that's just because it's rolling in general. Yeah. Let me move the camera back outside of the character. We don't necessarily need it to follow anymore. I'll just set it here. X of 0. 0. Move it back. Might want it higher. Okay. Go, dude, go. Look at him roll. All right, because I collider. Let's change you back to our good old cylinder. Height 1, 2.5. Y position 0.5. And it should just topple over, but then it should keep going. Okay. And now if I enable our rotation again, let's see. Yeah, look at that. That is silly, but at least it keeps spinning around its axis. Okay. I mean, that is something. Now, what I need to do is have some kind of force that tries to keep it right side up, maybe, perhaps. At least a little bit. So if it starts tilting, it'll go back. Okay, I don't need this other one anymore. We figured out our issues. Okay. You know, it might make more sense to move our camera back this way. And actually, I kind of like having the side view, but I was going to do this over here. Yeah, the camera could... Wait, what? Why did you just fall through the ground, my dude? Why? You're not supposed to do that. Where did he go? I don't think I have to set each ramp. Maybe, you know what? Let's change these types. Change type to mesh instance 3D. And mesh, new box mesh. I will give it a size of 20, 120. Like so. Interesting, the why does it still have my texture here? Doesn't look like I've actually defined it anymore. Like my material is not... I was just going to override it here, but... Curious. Anyways, these ramps I can also change. Mesh instance. And then be like, give it a box. I'm going to have to change its... Oh, actually, the rotation's already set, so... Is it... Nope. I don't remember how big I made it, but 4 is fine. Material... I really should have just saved the other material as... Save as... Materials, our default placeholder. Then I can just use it. Quick load, default placeholder. Sure. And honestly, it might be faster to just do this. We need the transform to be minus 11.5. I think I was doing minus 30. 30 degrees? Question mark? Yes, 35. What are we cooking? Spinning top battle. So basically Beyblades. At least that will be the idea eventually. Can I scale this down easily? Will it mess everything up? I would like this to be a little more contained. Bring this over here. I forgot about my spotlight. Okay. Oh, geez, this is way off. There we go. Good enough. Probably. Now, did I set the collision for these? I did not. Foliage. Oh, I don't have colliders for any of these, right? Because they're just basic things. I need collider. Collision shape. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to make it like match. Is there a way for me to? Yes. 20, 20, and 1. I think that's right. Really? A mesh? Wait. I made this mesh instance. Oh, I didn't make it a... Oh, oops. Oh, I'm doing this all wrong. These are supposed to be static body 3Ds. My bad. Jesus. Now I have to do all that shit again. And then I have a collision shape. That will, well, actually, that's fine. Then I need the mesh instance 3D, which is our actual visual. This is the floor mesh, and then this is the floor collider. Turns out when you're not just using the debug stuff, you actually have to put in work. Who would have thought? The mesh. I need a box mesh. If I was smart, I would have just saved these instead of having them just be here, but whatever. The material, there you go, good enough. And need, nope, static body 3D, which will be the ramp. This is the ramp mesh. Then I'm gonna give it a collider, which is going to have to be, I did like 4 wide. The ramp. Where's the position of this? It's at 0. So this also should be positioned. And then I should move this guy. Minus 11.5. Oops, 11.5, positive 11.5. And then 0.5. Evidently I had him higher than that. I had him at 1. That is still too low currently, so or no, actually it's fine. Mesh collider is not rotated though. It needs to be 35. And I really should, okay. God damn. Ramp 2. Minus 11.5. Hello, not lucky. How goes it? Shoot, I wasn't supposed to rotate these inside of it. Should leave those flat and then rotate this itself instead. And that means I'm gonna have to do the same over here. And make this minus 35 question mark. Okay. And if I copy these, we can get ramp 3 and 4, which I can just do this. Now, did I set the colliders for these? No, I did not, because I'm a fool. I keep forgetting. Collision. Collider is set. Actually. The layer and the mask. Juniper was here. I just treated them like any other person, actually, because I didn't realize until afterward. Collision. The collider itself. I mean, that doesn't matter. Does the top have the collision set? Collision, it does have the layers set. The mask and the layer. So why are you... Oh, I see why. Your collider's way over there. That's not correct. Because this guy was moved. Oh my gosh. I'm a fool. I just click on it in the editor and end up moving just the mesh and nothing else instead of the actual object itself. My bad. There we go. Okay, it's a top that topples over as it spins. That took entirely longer than it should have. Okay. But hey, we accomplished it. Let me move this down a little bit. Actually, let's put it over here. For now. I can get more of... I guess it kind of makes sense for it to be behind, but... Hold on. Was I... now we're fine. I can't make up my mind. So we're gonna have a view more like this when you're launching it. I guess it doesn't really matter. I just need it to be somewhere so I can see while testing, but... Okay. You want to make a Beyblade game too? Oh, you're doing 2D. Nice. I really probably should be doing it 2D. I don't think this is the most original idea ever, I will say. That is to be expected. Could I... So really just make like a bowl shape. It would probably be more fun, but... Now, how am I going to handle the physics of this? Because I wanted to stay roughly upright, but not completely upright. I guess what I could do is... We can try this. See what happens. No, that did nothing. Literally nothing. What if I lock all of them? Don't rotate. Oh, that does work. I say don't rotate in the X or Z axis. Yeah. And then it just kind of sits there. You know, I could have multiple cameras and then just swap between them for testing purposes. That was not good rotation. Hold shift? No. Control? I mean, I guess. Okay. And current is that one. So then it sits there because I've locked its rotation. So I don't necessarily want to do that, but want it to remain because right now I'm literally just forcing rotation. I'm just setting its rotates the node around the axis by a given angle in the radians. I'm wondering if I should do it by applying forces instead. But I do want that rotation to be equal. It needs to be able to flop over a little bit as it goes down the slope. But it should always try and self-right, you know? So I could find the angle difference between what it's currently at versus the just straight up angle and rotate it back again. I'd only do that for the X and Z axes. So like if I rotate around the X axis based on the difference between, I want it to be, well, actually, what if I do this? Negative of it times its, what do I want to call it? Like, I don't know, self-right speed or something? I don't know. should not use self. I'll just, because that would be confusing for variable purposes. I'll make it go pretty fast. Is that gonna... oh yeah, true. I guess so. I don't need to wrap around anymore. It's only for spinning. I guess I'd just be setting its rotation at that point. I don't necessarily want to do that. You should study how Beyblades actually work. I could learn the physics of Beyblades. I could. Early on, it would make most sense to do that. But at the same time, I'm just going to be making an arcadey anyways. I'm not trying to simulate real Beyblades. I'm trying to make a fun game. And I have a rough idea of the end result I want. I guess, because I guess I don't have my real Beyblades anymore, but I had them when I was a kid. And they're not particularly exciting in real life. They're not exactly the most exciting thing in the world. What if I apply torque? Now, oh yeah, I'm doing it to the bottle, not to. I have to. Oh, that's what I have to do. Sorry, I am rotating the model around inside of our object, but I should actually be rotating. I need to rotate the whole thing back so it stands upright. Around the x-axis based on how its current level rotation dot x minus, maybe, possibly. This would just keep us upright completely if I did this right. It would just be instantaneous. Basically be setting it to 0. Yeah, okay. So now I can multiply it by our speed at which we want it to write itself times delta. I guess I don't really need time anymore, but no, it's trying. What if I don't do it? It's going wild, but I mean, that's cool. Now, ideally, I'd probably be able to combine these into one rotation statement. But that is interesting. For now, actually, let's we can test this theory. We're going on the z-axis here. So we'd be rotating around the x. Maybe, possibly. So I'm basically just balancing, trying to have it balance itself that way, but not this way. That's pretty funny. Not exactly fantastic, but I like how the physics really just breaks horribly when I do this. I make the force like half as strong. I don't know why it starts bouncing. Maybe because it's the shape of my collider, to be honest. But it also just fell through the floor, so you know. That's cool. Our floor collider, I think, is correct. Sorry, I should be looking at this. Now, Why does it start jumping and bouncing? That's a great question. I'm going to try saving this just in case I want it later. It's a collider. I guess I'll put it in here. Just temporarily. And then I'm going to change this to... I'm going to try a sphere. Put it down here. That means it'll rotate a lot cleaner. Oh, I'm probably rotating around the wrong... Well, actually, no, I should be rotating around this main spot here. It's not quite fully writing itself because it's only doing a quarter of every time, every frame. Well, it is the most jank thing ever. But that is interesting. And I don't really... Oh, yeah. You know what? I should have... Let's do some node 3D. I'm going to give it a target location to try and move to. And then maybe we can set it up so we can choose where it should move to. Let's just call this the target. I'm going to go to the top. I'm going to say an export var target node is a node 3D. And then we're going to go assign this. And then what we're going to do is we're going to say self.apply an impulse. Or do I want to do it like a steady force? And I want self.distance global position minus self.global position. I'm gonna need to normalize that. Actually, can I just do distance too? I don't know. Distant. I think I have to do it on the node itself. Global position dot distance 2. That just gives us a float. That doesn't give me the vector. So it doesn't actually... Yeah, so I guess we're going to do it this way after all. Target node dot global position. And that'll give us a vector 3. And then we can go dot normalize. And then times our move speed. Which for now I'll just set as 1.0. Now this force applies a position force to the body. Force is time dependent and meant to be applied every physics update. I don't know if that means I have to multiply by delta or not. Now the point we're going to do is going to be around the center of this, not the base of it. Actually, I could do it to the base of it, I guess. I could just leave it as all zeros and just see what happens. This will probably go horribly wrong, I will say. But it should try and move toward the center, even if it passes it. Oh, wait. Did I set this target? I did. Yeah, I did. Does not seem to be... This does not seem to be doing anything. Flight impulse is time independent. Every frame will result in a frame rate dependent force. For this reason, it should only be used by simulating a one-time impacts. Okay. Never mind. Apply central impulse. It's time independent. Okay, so central force applies a directional force without affecting rotation. I want that. Perhaps. And I don't need the second modifier. Should probably see what this is providing us. I could make it a variable, but I'm just gonna spam print. It's always coming at 0. That is strange. Oh, I'm an idiot. That's why I'm subtracting it one thing from itself. Obviously that will give us 0. All right, go, go, go. Yeah, I should start trying to move back. But will it actually manage to? Very slowly. Because it has to fight all of its momentum that it had. Okay. That's kind of looking... We can speed up the move speeds so that we can see a little more dramatically. Why does it bounce? That's a good question. Frankly, I don't know. But it's basically being attracted to the center here by doing this. And we're getting kind of top-like, you know, behavior. So that's kind of what I want. I think for the camera, 1 second. Let's like lower the FOV just so we have a more zoomed in view. Why does it bounce so much? Maybe I need to increase its mass. Like, I'm not terribly against the bouncing, but look at that. That is somewhat convincing top-like behavior. Okay. That is interesting. Maybe it's bouncing because it was like literally so high. I don't know. Wait, what? Oh, I did it again. I moved the mesh instead of the thing. My bad. Definitely doesn't roll smoothly. So what I think we want to do, this is central. What I could do is have all of these actually move down and see what happens. What if they're at 0? The collider still needs to be down here though. Oh, well, that was definitely a thing that happened. Oh, because I'm rotating it around this point instead of rotating it around. Right, that's why I didn't do that way. That would make sense. That makes sense. So that means now our... Let's see if it still jumps if I don't do the central force. I don't think it will. No, actually it does. It was actually like the rotation that's causing it, maybe. Let's try with... Oh, that's just the model. That's not going to matter. What if I do this? Oh, right. That's trying to right it up. It's trying to move it back upright. And that's probably what's causing the wildness, you know? Because I'm doing this almost certainly wrong. Almost certainly. I could... look up math. Oh, cross product. You know, that makes way more sense than doing this. So, and then I can, again, instead of applying torque, or instead of applying force, I can apply torque. There's, yeah, I guess. And that's going to be vector 3 dot up dot cross with our global basis dot. Oh yeah, I should probably be using global basis here too. I don't know why I was using local. The cross product of up on the y-axis plus and our current rotation. And then I'm gonna probably have to normalize that because that's how much I want. And then I have to apply it by our right speed, maybe, possibly. Did I do this right? Maybe, possibly. Let's see. Got nothing to lose. Oh, hello. It's trying to, evidently. So maybe my strength is either too much or too little. What if I make it like much smaller? Oh, geez. Okay, what if I make it much bigger? Like 10. Nah, okay. 0, 0, 0, 1. Oh, this is just its natural rolling. And then it's moving back and rolling just from the force of this, I think. Although this is without affecting rotation, right? Without affecting rotation, apparently. But it's because it's a sphere, it's rotating anyways. So it looks like this just isn't working. Like it doesn't seem to be doing much of anything. What if I do this? It won't have the force on the other one. It's just rolling. Just rolling. It's like trying to remain like upside down, which is interesting. That means I probably have this backwards. That means I probably have this backwards. Does it even matter for cross products if it's a good question? Wait, what? Oh, right. Yeah. Maybe, possibly. I have an extra dot. There we go. It's slowing it. Maybe, possibly. Yeah, okay, it's trying. So if I make the right speed 10 times that, what happens? Aha! Haha! Okay. Now we're talking. Make it like 8. Okay, it's very aggressively trying to keep it upright. But it does work. I should probably only do it if like the difference is like greater than a certain amount. So let's be like, what would I even call this? I don't know. Correction. Would be this. And I'm only gonna do it if it's size. Is it length? It's probably length. Is greater than or equal to like some amount. If it's negative, so I should probably do squared then. That way I don't have to check both or absolute value or anything like that. I could just... The correction would be a certain amount, then do it. Could I could probably tie that up into our write speed, but... I only do it if, let's increase this by like a magnitude of 10. It's so silly. Okay, what I want to do is put this on I guess it wouldn't make a difference if I put it on diagonal slope. It'd be more or less the same. But I can put this like over here, so it's not perfectly in line with this. Make sure that it will drift toward the center. Oh, I did it again, didn't I? I did. Move the whole object, not just the model, the mesh. What? Excuse me? Why did you just fall through this? Your collider does go that far. The heck? Is it because you're so high and you're just falling No? Oh wait, I just did it again. My bad. One day I will learn. Why are you... No, this is why you test from different spots. Why are you falling to the ground now? Original spot was fine. Okay, well, that's a concern. That is... That means I'm doing something horribly wrong. That means I'm doing something horribly wrong. That it works at one spot and not another spot. Let's clean some of this stuff up. Wait, what? It's just passing through the ground? But why? But why there? It's... I'm not crazy, right? I'm not that crazy, right? The glider does stretch the entire way. Then... What about over here? I can't see it because, but I can see it falling. Damn it! Move the actual thing, please. Thank you. Let's make this camera active. That didn't make this camera active. I have to undo this one as well. Where's it? Where's it go? Where are you going, Chief? Why do you work there and not? What about the other side? You worked there. If I put you over here? Oh, I bet it's the... Oh, it's the floor! The floor collider is, in fact... I was only looking at the ramps. Oops. My bad. That explains a lot. Okay. Well, now we can try this again. It is incredibly jank. Let's also move speed. Be a lot higher. See what happens. That is amusing. Wasn't I gonna... Why did I make this? I'm a fool? I was supposed to be doing this here to this guy? I just didn't notice. I wanted to do it this way. I wonder I was not really seeing the difference. This doesn't need to happen. This can just be whatever. That makes a lot more sense. What is this going? Oh, I see what's happening. Because I copy pasted these. The colliders are shared between them. Oops. Well, I can make them unique. Somehow make sub resources unique. But pretty sure it does. Yes. Now this should not affect the others. Collider. I'm puzzled by this. I think it should just be 4, right? Then its X should be 0. Then I can probably just delete the others and it works? Question mark? I think so. Yeah, so when you copy them, they just keep this. They're all tied together, despite them being. Well, anyways, look at them go, lob them like crazy. So I'm thinking that sphere as the collider on the top, while is interesting, probably is not the best choice. Maybe it still works. We just need to what if I make this like 20? It just, yeah. I would have to have some kind of dampening to the rolling effect, which I can probably do actually. Somehow. Damp mode. Dampen. What happens if I do this? Spin is indeed alive. I think our top is too tall, generally speaking, anyways, but let's make it like 0.5 and then move it down to 2.5. Am I still correct? I believe so. I really wish. Let me zoom in better. Okay, there we go. That collider is not positioned correctly, I will say. Whee! Well, that do be a thing. It's what does this camera see? The center like that? It's fine. There must be a way. Is there no? Okay, what happens if I increase its mass? What does this actually do? Let's see. Body's mass. It doesn't actually say it does anything. Oh, well. It means it does take 10 times as much to rate it. We got 2. It definitely makes it more stable. But when it first hits the ramp, it goes clunk into the ground. Which is, if I make this like 15. Okay. I mean, maybe a little bit less than that. Do like 12. And move speed, let's increase it a bit. Wee. Okay, it is a wee bit jank. Now, I do have code somewhere from my inverse kinematics experiments where I could ray cast out from the camera and pick a spot, and then I can move the target there so we could test driving it around just to see how it behaves. I just have to try and find it. Don't think this is the right code. No, this is for my Kingsfield like that I did not finish. I need my inverse kinematic stuff. Is it this? No. This one? No, that's the 2D version of it I did. It wouldn't be that. So maybe it is that. Scripts. No. Dude, where would I put this? My programming folder is a complete disaster. Let me do a search. What would I have called it? Good ass question. Don't know the answer to that. I mean, inverse kinematics. I mean, it's not this. I know it's not. Dang nabbit. Maybe, does VS Code remember what it was? Mayhaps. Got 2 of those. Okay, maybe. Let's see. Nope. I got. Oh, is it this? Maybe, possibly. Camera. I don't think so. Nay, traveler, nay. Well, I do have lots of good stuff here. I guess what I could do is open up Godot again and look for it. Okay. Is this it? Is this my old project? No. This was, yeah, this is my Kingsfield like. Okay. Let's, Is there a way for it to open another project from here, or do I have to close it? I think I have to close it. Don't think it's that, but maybe. Maybe it's this. Maybe, possibly. No, it's not. Next, why do I have so many prototypes? I didn't name them anything reasonable. What is this? Maybe. Yes, this is it. So this was my inverse kinematics project, and then I need to find the camera. Yeah, this is what I want to steal. Okay. So let us go to our camera. Let's add a new script in the scripts folder. You want camera 3D? Sure, that's perfectly fine with me. I want it to, oh yeah, I can have it look at the top. That would probably be helpful. Look at top. Our target node that we're going to move when we click on the screen is that. And I think if Pass Me is smart, this would just work. Oh, right. Just look at it directly. So evidently it is not seeming to work. Oh, I know why. It's because I made the mask 2, so I need to make all of our floors have collision mask 2. Same with the ramps. So that way I can detect them and I don't end up clicking on the top, which is on number 1. Need to test this with, I need, where is it? Mesh 3D. I need a box. Needs to be very slim. And is this fine? Position like, I don't know, here maybe. Just so I can see where the target is. I'm trying to click, it's not happening. Do I have to put on layer 2, not mask 2? Ah, that's it. So now we can guide it around. At least on the main floor, because I have to do the same for ramps. Okay. And that's just ray casting up from the camera, and it's tedious. I don't want to do it all over again, you know? So. Basically, I'm just moving toward wherever it goes. Wherever I click. I can send ourselves off the edge and to our death. But it's so powerful. I'm actually not falling. Oh, no, there we go. Wow. That is a strong force, I would say, because our movement on our top, this should probably not move on the y-axis. So do something like that. And I'm just going to say force its y to be 0. Do I want it to be 0? Or yes, I do. I'm only moving it on the X and Z axis. Makes it slightly less powerful for going up slopes, because I can't really tell it. You'd have to get enough speed to do it. And it does move faster than, gravity would pull it back down. That is okay, because you wouldn't have this be a constant force. Probably. But anyways, that's goofy as hell, but it does kind of work. Let's make it write itself slower. Like quite a bit. Okay, but over here. Go, go, go. I could make the move speed not be constant, for instance. I could have to have it ramp up. I could also just lower it in general. Then that's way too slow for the so let's try 20. I guess I could export those variables and then be testing it in the editor easier, but okay, so I need a different arena, I think, now to test. I don't want it to be flat anyways. So let's, how would I make a bowl the easiest is my question. Let's try and do a static body, so it doesn't have affected by, it's not affected by gravity, and we'll call this the arena. We will call it, I need a mesh instance 3D. Is there a good way for me to make a bowl without having to go into Blender to model one? There's torus, tube. Cylinder, probably not gonna cut it. Sphere. If I did sphere and you were inside of it, would that mess everything up? Probably. I could do a donut very easily. What would that, if I change the inner, you know what? If there's no inner, I mean, we just do it in the center here, and I just plug up the middle with something else. I would have to do a collider to match, though, is the thing. It would have to be... Dude, can I please just, like, zoom on this, like, a reasonable amount? Thank you. That's the kind of surface I want. The better question is, how do I... Obviously, I'd have to scale this way up. That looks... And I would just fill in the hole with a flat piece, but... Oh, like, if we use that as, like, the middle arena... Doth that work? How would I do a collider for that? Without doing something complicated. Because of course they're not going to have a donut collider here. That'd be too convenient. I might have to go to Blender and figure out how that works. I really don't like Blender, but I might have to. Because I don't think I could do like a sphere with... if you ever exited the sphere, collide with everything outside the sphere. I mean, that wouldn't work. What would I do? What would I do? I guess, hold on. Then let's begrudgingly open Blender if I can remember where I have it saved. 3D Blender. What version of Blender is this? I don't remember. 4.2. I think I've got 4.6 downloaded somewhere. Is it? 4.5. I'm assuming 4.5 is going to be newer than 4.2. So let's do that. And bring it way over here. Oh god, Blender. Do I remember any of your archaic controls? Probably not. Probably not. How am I gonna make an arena out of this? Well, cube is probably not the way to go, I would say. Do I remember how to do literally anything? Add mesh. Ideally, I would actually probably start with a sphere. And delete this cube. And then we are going to, you know, I can probably stay small and I could scale it up later, but I need to get into... Dude, I have not used this in a long time. Edit mode. And I thought, you know what? What if I just like lowered all of these? Need mode where I can see through things. I need wireframe. There we go. And it's numpad, I think, to change the views. So I could do something like this. And be like, hey, move down. Oh, but then I'm going to end up selecting the others. So I should do the top ones first. And this is going to look goofy as hell. Cylinder with half sphere each side. Could I just delete these vertices? What happens if I dissolve? What does that mean? Merge edges and faces. I mean, does it need to have depth or width to it? I could just have it, you know, be a bowl. Although, actually, I don't want it to be... I probably want to get rid of more than half. Because that would just be too deep, right? Have like a dish. And then from there, you know, you can make changes as needed. But, you know, as the most basic arena you could possibly have, that would probably work, right? Now, I don't remember how to do anything else. Does this even do anything? Oh, that's not a good sign. I don't know how much of that you guys are seeing, but... Oh, okay. Thanks, Blender. Where is OBS, actually? There we go. Since I won't be needing Krita, I can hide it. There is a way to add modifiers to this as well if I need to. I've used skin before. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, that's not what we want. That's not what I want. Solidify. That can give it a little bit of depth. It's not purely thickness. 0.3. Is that okay? Hard to tell when it ever... Okay, let me get rid of the wireframe. Oh, I did fill in the top. I see. That is not quite what I want. So what I need to undo here. When I deleted these, let me test here. Just delete the vertices and don't... Yeah, that's probably what I want. Probably. So let's go to wireframe so I can actually select more of what I want. So when I dissolved that I did that. Okay, so let's get rid of to here. And then I can check that is in fact just a bowl. And then I can generate, solidify. There we go. That, my friends, is a dish. And then what happens if I just export this as is? I forget. I think it's this that I need to export it as. Let me go find our project folder. Game jams. Juniper game jam. Spin to win assets. Models. Colliders. Or not colliders. I'll just put it in here and be like arena? Question mark? Maybe, possibly. If I export that and I go back here and I go to our models and I drag this into the world, the culling is reversed of what I want it to be. I can only see the bottom. Okay. Do I remember how to fix that or change that? I thought by making it solid would make sure that both sides had a front face and therefore I wouldn't have to worry about it. There is... visibility, there's... Wait a minute. I think I remember you have to go here, re-import. And then if I drag it on, I might be able to do stuff with it. Maybe, possibly. Or not. Open anyways. Mesh. Can I, give it our default? But yes, there is somewhere that is done, and I don't remember where. Is it in the... Wouldn't be in the camera. You know what? Can I just go back to Blender? Why does it do that? Why does it do that? I mean, in Blender, it's like, oh yeah, both faces, no problem. What if I do this? Is this stupid? Is this incredibly dumb? Is this the low-key solution that we need, though? Can't tell what rotation that's at. Okay, well. Oh, there we go. That looks... Well, it doesn't look... Flat from this direction. Oh, God. Why? Blender, why are you like this? One. Really? One. Two is orthographic. That's why it was rotated. Okay, that is actually expected. It's just because I have it above the 0 mark. So if I don't really need to save it right now. Now it looks like a hat, but Arena 2. Let me close this. Don't save. Arena 2. Nope, it's still calling this side. Okay. But why, sir? But why? All right, hold on. I need to go do some more Googling. Well, actually, technically DuckDuckGo, but close tabs because I got too many open. Okay. Godot, 3D model, change calling face side. How do I do this? Illusion calling. This is not telling me what I want to know. I want to turn off. Disable. I don't. I could have sworn there was an option before. I really thought so, but maybe it was a different type of object. In the... I guess it must be in the material then. Mesh. Shadow mesh. I mean, even if I give it our... Where is it? Can I modify this at all? Let's see. Wouldn't be UV. It is going reasonably okay. 3D is definitely slowing me down. I'm trying... I have a bowl, which I've done in Blender. But when I bring it into Godot, I can only see the bottom of it and not the top, and I want the opposite. So I'm trying to figure out how I'm supposed to change that. I have not figured out why. I don't know how to flip the faces so that it calls one side and not the other. If you know how, I would love to know. I'm not seeing anything related to culling. You had this issue once? That's the thing. You run into it once and then you don't remember how you solved it. You want both sides of the shop or just the top? Either or, to be honest. Anything other than what it's currently doing would be nice. Literally anything. Yeah, I'm gonna save this with the texture change though. Alert. Requested file format unknown. GLB. Excuse me? Huh? You extruded the mesh. That's what I tried. Let me go back to object mode. Oh, you extruded it. Oh, I don't have my modifier on anymore. I tried solidify. But maybe I did that and undid it. Actually, you know what? I might be able to import directly. Let me save this to our folder. Game jams. Juniper game jams. Spin to win assets. Models. Arena. And then I'll also try exporting. You know what? I may as well just replace the other one. Reload from disk. That's fine. It's still... wait. I remember what it is. I think I have to actually apply this modifier. Maybe, possibly. I don't remember much about Blender. Apply. So then it's real, and then maybe possibly export. I go back here. Aha! That was it. Okay, now I need to, well, first delete this from here. I think can I actually use the blend directly? Oh, I can. Let me look at that. New inherited. Then let's give it our texture. I could have done that in Blender, I suppose, but let's save this as a scene. Fine enough. I think I have to now drag the scene on. There it is. Okay, and then I go scale it up. That might be a little bit big, but it absolutely is a little bit big. In fact, yeah, let's do something like this. And then we will not have to worry about our old jank ones anymore. I can probably just delete those. The target by default will be in the middle, but that's whatever. Position 0, 0. No, 9 seems fine. That's whatever. You go here. What are our cameras looking at right now? Yeah, it's fine. Oh, right. Collision. Right. Can I use this data to make a collider is my question. Collision polygon. What does it need? Oh, but the arena is technically a node 3D, so I'm going to change its type. Is it not going to let me from here? Looks like no. Don't know why. Why can't I change the root node of this? It's kind of strange. All right, fine then. Mesh. No, I need a static body 3D. We'll have a collider. And I may as well put the sphere in there. Oh, I can't. Okay, well, this is mesh instance 3D. Sure, okay. So the collider, polygon. My game just Beyblades to start with. Yes, we have to start with the basics of one-on-one Beyblades. But there's going to be some more mechanics. Definitely more mechanics around cranking it up to power it and send it into the arena. After that, we'll see what happens. But yes, that is the core inspiration. Spin to win, if you would. So I need to figure out how I'm going to make... Is there a way for me to steal the coordinates of this to use as a collider? Let's see. Blender, model, convert to collision, polygon, 3D, Godot. Did anybody do this? How do I make collision 3D for the blend file that I made? Easy way to add a -col to the name of your mesh in Blender. So we'll automatically generate a collision mesh. Really? What? What? There's no way, right? So if I do this, I save. Will this re-import? I mean, it will, but I'm gonna have to recreate our thingamajig. Sorry, arena blend. I want to move it to the center, please. I look at this and I open it up. Look at that, it does. How is anyone supposed to know that? Like, what? It actually does. That's incredible. It comes with a light and a camera and everything from Blender, which is curious. All right, we're gonna goodbye this and goodbye this. That is wild. So that means you know what, in Blender, I may as well, since I'm here. How do I apply texture? Actually, no, I probably want to do it in here anyways. I think that's fine. Arena blend. Transform. We'll just make it nice and central. We'll make it scale 10 times. And then that means I probably need to make it at 10 high, like that. Nope. I did this wrong again. Oh my gosh. Every bloody time. It means this needs to be at 0.5? No, 0.25. Okay. Oops, don't rotate. Don't rotate, please. Now this arena, I need to make a new inherited. I'm going to change this to be this. We're going to save this. And we will overwrite that old scene. Don't save this. Now I did all this work and I just should have. Damn it. Is there any way for me to easily swap this? No, not really. Okay. Forget it. Where's my scene? Arena. Transform. Reset. Go to 10. Become scale of times 10. Go. Did I enable collision? Okay. We're good. We have a real 3D model. Okay. I still have debug collisions sliders on, so we can see them. I can turn them off briefly. So we can do this. Oh, I need to set its where is it? In here. Is it on the collision shape? It's on here. It's on here. Set the layered mask to 2. And then we can, although I don't have much speed. I don't have much movement speed. We can affect where it goes. The test. Okay. I do notice that there is a lot of whatchamacallit, aliasing going on here, but it is what it is. Okay, this camera can probably move. Let's reset it. Move it up. Then rotate it down a bit. What's its FOV at? All right, so let's lower it so we can zoom in a little bit more. That's all. Now, is it gonna... Did I target it at... Look at the top. So it should rotate toward where the top is. Yeah. There we go. Now, I just need to make the tops move speed, honestly, more. It is tipping over horribly, but, you know, it is what it is. And obviously the gray square for where we click on is just temporary. I don't even think this will be the movement controls, but... So right now, technically we're rolling around a ball. And we are we're changing the orientation of it to try and right itself. A little jank. Tis... let's increase the spin speed, shall we? Which, I mean, actually, if I slow it down... Yeah, you do get this weird... I think it's because of the shadows, actually, from the spotlight. So let's get rid of the... If I get rid of the spotlight quickly, and just rely on the default... You ever stop spinning? Not currently. Currently, it's... I just wanted to spin. Slow it down. Let's speed it up again. Do like 0.9. Very fast. Holy. Obviously, it would be better with a texture that is symmetrical and not how it currently is. Yeah. Or like a radial one would be nicer. Can I change? I mean, I must be able to. Did I change the over? Where did I set the... Feels like it didn't even. Let's see. Should be able to change this. Wait, what? Oh, because they're both using the same. Right. Is that true? Yeah, I loaded the same. I use the same texture material. Texture force. What does that do? If true, forces a conversion of the albedo texture from non-linear encoding to linear encoding. It should only be enabled when needed. Okay, well, I probably don't need it then. Probably. Anyways, I'm not going to worry about this now. It's just a placeholder texture anyways. I need to get the physics to feel good. That's going to be probably the most important thing at this point. And right now, it's extremely bad. For instance, you know, let's move these out into separate functions too. So I could be like, I want to spin the top, which is this. And that way it'll be easier to enable or disable the stuff or update the stuff as we go. I want to force upright the top, which is this logic. And then I want to function move to target. which would be this stuff. And then every physics process, we are going to do one of each. And then if I want to be like, hey, don't force to top, I just comment it out and we go like this. And it just rolls while spinning. If I say don't spin the top, it'll just look like it's sliding around. If I said don't move to the target, it'll just like gravity bring it down the slopes ever so slowly. Which I guess is probably more realistic. If it had some like additional velocity going, you know, that way perhaps. So it's probably this that's causing the big problem. Now this does say it's frame rate independent. Yeah, it's meant to be applied to every physics update. But what I could do is instead of applying this once or all the time, I could just apply it once, for instance, at the start. And that is time dependent. Or wait, no, it is time independent. That's fine. I just want to do it once when it loads and see what happens. Right, then I'd have to do this. That's fine. Just to give it an initial woo, okay. That is a lot of impulse, evidently. So let's just make it 1. Okay, that definitely seems like a better thing to do. Whenever I click, I could apply essential impulse to the top. Toward wherever move the target, and then also tell it to move. So what I'm going to do is be like, function impulse to target, I guess. And I'll do this, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to change this. Impulse speed, and the move speed can go back to what it was. And then do this. And then I say on the camera, when I do this, I say what I'm looking at, which is the top. Call that function. And I'm going to say this is going to be class name top. And I'm going to change this to be top. And make sure that it didn't break our camera thing. No, it looks like it works. And then I can call its function whenever I click. Doesn't seem to be having much of an effect, if anything. Hold on. I don't think I need the second camera anymore. It is triggering, but the impulse... All right, well, let's make it 10 times just to see if there's like a dramatic... Oh, yep, that's definitely way more dramatic. Well, it does, you know, end up tilting toward it, which is neat. If I mash it, obviously, then we are just going to go crazy and go flying out. But, you know, the idea is there to start with. The idea is there. And And okay, whatever. I need to figure out how to have more friction on the rolling of the ball, but I don't think I can if it's just a rigid body. Unless, I don't think so. Let me see. Godot 3D or rigid body 3D friction. Oh wait, I think it was the dampen of, yeah, it's dampen. I think we can just do it here, right? On the angular velocity. It dampens the body's rotation by default. The body will use angular dank as project, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't really tell me a whole lot about it. Let's make it like something crazy like 20 and see what happens. I want it to roll a little bit, but not a whole lot, basically. And we're dead. I can get rid of my print statement too, but I lose our angular velocity very quickly. Linear velocity, I don't have any dampening on. So what I could do is I could change our mass back to 1 and see what happens. I mean, that definitely... Yeah, but I'm just, like, I'm still losing, like, our momentum so fast. I'm wondering why that would be. Okay, sleep, lock rotation, freeze. Don't care about any of that, I don't think. If I lowered gravity scale, what would that do for us? Okay. You know, I'll just go flying across the middle. That's not quite what I had in mind, I will say. Although that could be something different legally distinct Beyblades could have. There's got to be something more I can play with here, but maybe not. So it loses its... Let me look. Project settings, physics 3D. What do we got available to us by default? Linear dampening default. 0.01. Let's make it a tenth of what it was. Your spin feels like it has no weight. It's because it doesn't. It doesn't have any. It is not based on any actual physics happening. What we could do, okay, kind of like, well, I don't know if it's any real difference here. I get high, like he should, I would expect him to pick up more speed going down the slope, but he just kind of like meanders. If I make its weight 10, I can't even keep it upright. It just falls over. So this is because we're forcing it to spin constantly instead of applying a force. So what we could do instead of doing that is we could do it with apply torque and let's see, what does this want us to give? A torque, a vector, apply rotational force without affecting position. Inertia is required for this to work. To have inertia, an active collision shape 3D must be... Okay, that's fine. I'd have to... I want to apply it to like a point, not necessarily to... Which I don't know, maybe. I could also apply like a force to the edge of it. And that would inherently cause it to spin around, which would be kind of interesting. Add constant torque. Adds a constant rotational force without affecting position that keeps being applied over time until cleared. Oh. Oh, well, that's neat. I don't know if that's what I want, to be honest. Let me, instead of this, let's... On ready. Apply constant torque of... What happens if I do 100? Oh, sorry, vector 3. My bad. It's very, very slowly trying to rotate, maybe possibly. Let's see. Well, we could do... Oh, I already have a spin speed. And make it like 10 and see what happens. Oh, right, because it's going to be going around... I did both. Oh, that didn't copy paste properly. This is not going to work, but I just want to see what happens. Yeah. I don't think that's what I'd want to do. This is on, Well, if I don't have it spin at all, he's going to have some natural spin. Just because it is technically a ball. But... Now, I think the problem is we are having it artificially stay up instead of relying on physics of it spinning to remain upright. But that is because... Okay, we need to go to Blender. We need to actually make a new file here. Yeah, save. That's fine. Should I save that? I don't know if I'm just going to cause problems. Oh, sorry, that's my old project. I don't need that open anymore. I can close it. Let's make a spinning top here, just as a test. I need to delete this cube. I need to add a mesh, a cone, right? And since I need it to be the way up around, then do I know how to change this? I do slightly. Doesn't have to be great. It just has to be good enough to save as to test with. And go and export. Because this way we can get... Oh, wait. Good point. I need this to be top dot dash call. Because that way... When we... Oh, I don't even need to export it. I can just... Look at this. Can I... It doesn't really matter. I don't really need to re-import it. I can just drag it here. Want to make a new object. I'm going to give it our texture just for funsies. And then... Layers is 1. That's for collision. Yeah, that's correct. I'm going to save this as a top scene. And it already has the collision detection, which is ideal. And I'm going to delete this, and I'm going to put in... oh, wait. Yeah, I need... Actually, I should probably... That's the wrong one, sorry. Where's my scenes? Top. I need to go into this. I need to attach the script of wherever I saved it into scripts. There it is. Save it here. The model is this. And then I go back here. And I assign target, which is here. Now I won't accidentally drag the model around either, so great. Although I might have to move it so that crap. Right. Because this is not the root anymore. Got the mesh instance, I got the static body. Oh, they just make it a static body. Interesting. Why do they put it underneath the mesh instance? I think you'd want it the other way around, but I can't change the roots node. It's unfortunate. I don't like that. I don't like that. And I don't know why I can't change the type of it. Anywhere else you can. Little children. Oh, well, I mean, that would just do that. Can I change? Make scene root? No. Parent. I guess I just can't change the type of it. That's weird. That means I'm gonna have to change my script here. Oh, but that's gonna change all the physics too. Because now it's gonna be applying. Oh, all right. Rigid body 3D. And I can't do that. Can I make this the root? Make the scene root. I can't. Order of nodes can't change. But why, sir? But why? I can't change the type of this either. The heck am I supposed to do about this then? I know what I'm supposed to do. I've got my top here. And then I put this in here. Then it doesn't have a collider. So it works well for static stuff, but how would I... Maybe I have different options if I export and import it as a GLB or something. You can try, I guess. Or an object. OBJ. Don't know. GLB. I suspect it'll be the exact same. Yeah, it doesn't look like I can do that. How am I gonna get around that? Okay, There must be some way to do this. Could I steal this collision shape, for instance? Move it over here? What's it complaining about? This is rigid body type. When used for collision, concave polygon 3D is intended to work with static collision nodes like static body. Will likely not behave well with rigid body 3Ds, except when frozen. Why? But why, sir? Why? Why would that be the case? My question, why? Why wouldn't I be able to use it? So how would I do this for a non-static body? Because obviously I need... The whole point was I wanted the collision data. I wanted the collision shape. I wanted the collision shape data. And I need it to be for a rigid body, not a static body. Huh. Oh, hold on. If I re-import it, for instance, can I change this? Node type. Maybe. There's a chance. Actually, wait, can I make the scene root type rigid body? Would that work? I imagine probably not. Do I even need this? I mean, could I not? I don't think I can move it up, unfortunately. It doesn't look like I can move them around. But we can try this anyways. Oops. I go here and I now check it. What type is this? Still no 3D. So that didn't work. I just have this shit everywhere now. Not blend. I don't think I can change it then. Rigid body 3D. The root is that. Root name, top, sure. Root scale. Active collection. Re-import. Models. Put it here. It is in fact a rigid body. But it's complaining about no collision shape. And I'm not allowed to move it around if I do this. So if I re-import, I change. Okay, it's 3D. I can't move them here, unfortunately. I can't even delete this. Well. Extract material, set animation, no. What does it do about that? It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work how I need it to work. It's either that or I have to define the collider collision shape myself, which is slightly painful, but is technically doable. And even if I did, are we going to get the effects we want? Unlikely. Well, we can, you know what? We may as well try. I could make it a capsule, which would be slightly more like, but it doesn't let me change the top and bottom easily. I Do I have anything here? Convex shape. And if I do this, but show me where the points are so I don't have to guess. I don't think it will. I don't think it will. It would be at 0.25. That would be in the middle here. Then I'd have to go out a radius of 0.5. So if I do this plus 0.5, I don't know if it's going to show it to me. Then I go 0.25 and then 0.5. I don't know if I have to do these in tries either, actually, now that I think about it. I don't see shit showing up. So I don't know how viable this is. I'd be going from here, here. And then I'd want at minus 0.25 in the middle. And if it connected all those, that would be amazing, but I don't think it's going to. Oh, kind of, actually. It's more of, it's a rectangular pyramid shape type deal instead of... Huh. But it's, I can't really see it. Debug call, oh, I turned off the colliders, that's why. I changed the color of this to, I don't know. Can't really tell if I did it correctly. At least not with the camera that high. So if I lower the camera down, move it like here maybe. I think it's okay. I can't really see it through the top, so maybe it's... Oh, no, actually, yeah, when it tilts, I can see it. Okay. I think I did it right. Okay, well, screw you, Blender, I guess, and I just do it myself. So now, we do have it writing itself. Let's do the spin, but not the writing, and it'll just flop over. That's what I'm assuming. Yes. It just falls on its side, and, you know, that's to be expected. And, of course, it's colliding a bunch, but, you know, if you have it moving fast enough, maybe it won't fall over. We can make the writing effect very weak. That's what we could do. Just to have something. Yeah, I'm upside down. Can't quite be that weak. I mean, it's not writing itself here. It's too weak to even be able to do it. All right, what? It does not appear to be working. Oh, it's not working because I disabled it entirely. My bad. Even then, when it gets on its side. Okay, let's try 4. It does let it write itself. Interesting. Hold on. I need camera. Further up, please. Difficult. All right. I mean, that's fine for testing purposes. Now, how I do the spin is probably what I need to change. I also need to change our collider to be a little bit more accurate, just a little bit. If I wanted, where is it? Collider. I mean, I could write a quick Python script to spit all the numbers for me, I guess. Or I could just do it here, yeah. I could calculate it on the fly, unload. It would be kind of a waste, but it would be one way to do it. I'm assuming I can programmatically write this array. I don't see why I wouldn't be able to. Just, radius is 0.5. Yes. So radius of 0.5. I want effectively to just rotate in a circle and then grab all the points every so many degrees. For every, let's say 15 degrees, maybe. I don't even need to write a script for it. Okay. I think if I go in and it's probably faster to do it this way. You just have to find out where that is defined. It would be, gee, would it? It's got to be somewhere in scenes, in the game scene. It should be defined here because I didn't make it an object yet. Here's the camera. This is the top. This is the collider. The shape is this, which is this packed points array. Okay. So I could type them in here. And that might be faster. Like this. Now, I don't know if this is going to work super well, but the formatting shouldn't matter. I would hope. It might need to be in one line. And then I had the 0.000, comma 0 minus 0.25 and that as like the bottom point. Now if I save that and I reload this, will it be broken? Let's find out. Collider. All the points are there. Okay. Does it work? It looks like yes. And we can see it's a lot more accurate now. Oh, that's excellent. We're almost Beyblading here. We're almost Beyblading. Oh, yeah. Okay. With a better collider, definitely works way closer to what we'd want. Okay. Now, you do go flying out extremely easily right now. get in a little bit toward the center and given how fast it goes, do I want to Beyblade with gas now? Absolutely. The arena, I'm going to scale up some more, actually. Let's just make it quite big. But not in the Y direction. Let's do it like that. Just so we have something more to play with. Oh, I'm still going out of bounds very easily. I need the camera to be pulled back more. And probably for the... If I change the size of it, if I scale up our, whatchamacallit, our top here, will the collider get scaled with it? It looks like yes. I mean, I would hope so. Although now it's not spinning? What? Scale changes the rigid body 3D overridden by the physics engine. Oh, that's why. Right. Yeah, time to make an invisible cylinder collidable around the arena. Well, you have to be able to fly out. You have to be able to. Otherwise, you won't be able to hit someone and then send them flying out of the arena and get a knockout that way. Alternatively, I can make our thing quite a bit more bowl-like. But then it's going to be very steep. I might want to force. That always tries to pull it to the center slightly. Even more, just like artificially. So what I could do is move to target, but not the target. I'm not really using the target here anymore. I could yeah, I don't really need it anymore. So what I can do is do this. It's just going to be this anyway. Will it be 0, 0, 0? If I put this... Okay, I need to move our arena up slightly. It would be like there-ish. And that way 0, 0 is right there. And then I go to our top. Or actually, I'm not actually using that top scene anymore. So I'm just gonna delete it. Okay. But I am still using this. Move to target. Gonna be this. Move to center. And it's gonna be relatively weak. If I do this... Oh. Oh, this is still using target node. Oops. Well, okay. I can't just delete it. Never mind. I forgot we have the impulse code in here. I need to reapply that. Target. Okay. So now it'll get pulled in more toward the center. Whee! Okay, well. And then we can be Beyblading. Kind of. It's still extremely freaking jank. But, you know, for first day, we figured out a lot of problems. We did figure out a lot of problems. And solve them. Well, that's not a very good. If we had something like this. Nope, I clicked out of the game. That's that's a wee bit of a problem. I can make this weaker. You can build up speed by going all around. And then if I release, it drifts toward. Okay, okay. Now, here's a question. What happens if I add multiple tops in here? Let's make this a scene. And then what I'm going to do, well, first make sure that I didn't break anything doing that. Oh, it did, because assign target. There we go. The camera needs a reference again to this. There we go. We got one top. Now, if I go and like copy this and then move it like over here. What happens if I just let them go? All right. Actually, I guess that's true. I'm not allowing the camera to send impulses to multiple of them, but I guess whatever. For now, I can kind of bully him. I could then detect collisions between multiple tops and apply like another force based on their speed to send them flying. That would be one possibility. And of course, their rotational speed, spin speed, as they take damage and hits, you reduce it, and then when it gets down to 0, then just have them stop, you know? Or some such thing. It could also reduce, you know, their ability to right themselves. There's definitely lots we can work with there. Just looking at Discord. All the stuff I've missed while doing this. Blah, blah, blah. Oh yeah, I didn't check my current video's doing. Goblin Sushi? Doing okay. YouTube's been very strange lately, and things have been getting like god-awful views, but it could just be that it wasn't... It did have a warning that it wasn't recording stats, so, but... Let's see. And we're kind of recovering, at the very least. Oh my gosh, I've been playing this game lately. Demon Bluff. They have a demo out. I may have played it so much that that's going to be the next week of videos. It's just me playing Demon Bluff because it's so goddamn good. It's really nice. But anyways, back to Beyblades. Obviously, the arena is way too big for this. And I need to, I think, work on the launching mechanism for the top. So I'm going to delete the second top for now. And what we're going to need to do is I need, well, I can just make a test object here. Doesn't need any collision or anything. It can just be a mesh. And make it's going to have to be part of the camera or underneath the camera. The transform, put it back at 0, 0 relative to the camera. It's going to be, for right now, I'm just going to do the launcher itself, which is just going to be a box for right now. It doesn't have to be anything fancy, so. The launcher would probably be not that thick. Something, you know, just basic ass. Doesn't really matter. Actually, wait, let's make this the end of it, and just for the sake of concept here, let's make a second box. I guess I could have just done this in wait, why are you rotated? Bro. Oh, because I built it inside the camera and the camera is currently rotated. I guess that is an interesting quirk, but does this show as having a rotation? It does. Okay, whatever. There you go. Make this like the handle. And do something like that. Whatever. You'll be looking over it. You'll be holding onto this. And then I need the crank. Actually, let me make sure that this shows up. Okay, that's not exactly where we want it to be. I'm going to make this as the, I need a node 3D just to hold it. It will eventually become a model, but this is the launcher. And then let us move it down. We look at the camera here preview. Okay, way too big, clearly. But that is the idea. I can probably just make it a lot smaller, to be honest. Let's just scale it down. Please lock it 0.25. Okay, that might be too small, but it actually really doesn't matter because can I make another view here? 2 viewports. The second one should be the camera preview. There we go. That'll make this easier. So we'll be holding it out and we'll be launching our thing from underneath of it. Now, what I need on top of here, let me zoom to it, is I need a crank on top. So let's just call this, you know, base. This is a handle. Then I'm gonna need the spinny thing on. I'm gonna put it on top. Normally it'd be on the side, but I'm gonna put it on top. Well, actually, normally you have a ripcord, but I want more spinning, so I could just do a node 3D and just so I can probably spin that on its own, and then I don't have to worry about it. Let's make another mesh just to test with. It probably would be a cylinder, I think. I hate that this is all rotated. You know what? The camera, my dude, where's your transformation? Reset. Launcher. So the base and handle, I think, of the rotation. Where is it? Where you at, bros? Transformation. Good lord, this is a mess, but where does this have to be? It's gonna rotate with the camera, so I'm gonna have to I'm just gonna move the launcher out here and down. Where's the camera? Where's the camera? Rotate you back down. Okay. Now I can at least do things easier. So the base of it will need to be forward. A handle will be back. And rotated. Oh no, that was correct. Oh, I just base it this way so it's easier on my brain. So can I transform? Reset. It'll just be easier. And then the crank needs to change a lot. Top radius very small. Very, actually, Be like 0.4. 0.4. Actually, the top could be slightly smaller, like it's a incoming, and then 0.2-ish. And then this transformation should still be at 0, 0. It is. And then I move the crank up. So it's like this. And then I'm going to have, let's see, another mesh, which will be a cylinder. And it will be quite small. But, okay, that's actually still too big. White one's probably correct. And it's like this. And that's what's going to spin. Well, this whole thing is going to be like, whew. Okay. And then I need a little nub on the end. So this is the crank base. I don't know why I'm changing my naming conventions constantly here. Oh, this is all probably maybe temporary. Crank rod. You know, it's famous last words. You make something temporary and then you just never get around to making it better. So, you know, there's a good chance that it stays this way. Although I will texture it. I wonder why the sphere mesh has a radius and a height. I guess so you can make a spheroid. So then I have to be like this, and I guess it doesn't have to be perfectly sphere. You're not really gonna notice, but so I had this. If I have this at 1.5, this would be at 3. There we go. And then our camera. Let me just test this quickly. It is probably too big, but should you then have control with your mouse and you'd be like, spin. You spin it around. It might be too long, to be honest. I think it may be too long. Move the rod in. Yeah, I think that'll be better. And that'll get more power. Now I'm gonna have to, during the launch, I'm gonna have to have a different camera probably. I would want to not be looking at the. Okay, well let's put the launcher as a child of the camera for now, and just test that it shows up correctly. Okay. Texture wise, it doesn't really matter right now. I'm just gonna throw on our. I'll do the grayscale one, I guess. Just so we can have something. To show the depth of it. Okay. Oh, I can see it clipping through here. I don't like that. Stop that. As long as it's not too bad. Actually, you know what? Let's this handle 0.3. That way it's not even flush with it. There we go. Okay, it's definitely I will have the hand holding it here. Do I even need a hand at that point? I want you to be able to do circles with your mouse to rotate this. That's gonna be a little tricky. We'll have to think about that. And then, so you basically, you'd hold and you'd rotate around. A power bar would fill up, and then you'd be like, fling. And then it would go flee, like over here somewhere, and then go across and have lots of speed. Lots of initial speed. That would be the ideas. So it would get launched and it would land like here, and then it would go, whoa. It does still lose speed too fast right now. But I can change that. So what I'm going to do is the linear dampening. I'm going to override it with... Oh, I don't think it can go that small, huh? Okay, but in the project settings, it lets me. Alt linear dampening. Let's reduce it by another magnitude of 10 and see what happens. All right, I have it kind of artificially going toward the center, so... But if I get it up to speed, lots of inertia. It's not really sliding all that well. What happens if I do this? What if I just say there's no default linear dampening? Whatever. Oh, crap. I clicked out of the game. And then what happens if I disable moving to the center? Oh, it's trying to get to the target and right. Actually, no, now it's just stopping. Now it just kind of stops on the slope. Maybe the slope is I could change that too. Where is it? Actually, can I change it? Is it here? Solver, no. Although I probably could do that. I'm not gonna have very many things moving, so that's probably okay. But angular velocity dampening. Do I even need that anymore? What happens if I take that off? Ah, that's why. Because then you just flop over. And it has to rely on going back up. What if I do like 50? I had 20 originally. Okay. I mean, now obviously this texture's going goddamn wild, but can make the spin speed slightly less, so it looks a little less. Oh, so it needs to be fast. Now it looks like it's kind of like lazily rotating around, but you know. Cool. But it just still it doesn't keep its momentum very well. I don't want to have it. Can I, instead of moving to center, move in current direction and be like, function this. And well, the direction we're going in would be self.basis. Is it on that axis? Let me see. Godot. Get direction of Rigid body 3D. To look at. I don't want to use look at. I want to get the direction. Move the direction it's facing. I mean, okay, basis Z. That is what they're using. What? Would it be from Global Transform? Because like that's what these people are saying, but I don't actually know. Let's just try this. I don't know. Apply central force. And just see what happens. Okay. What about negating it? Now it doesn't want to move at all. How do I get the direction it's currently going? I don't think I have a velocity, do I? I do have linear velocity. Linear velocity is vector 3. I want to normalize that probably. And then times by the move speed. So whatever direction I'm going, go in that direction more. Okay. I mean, I need to keep ourselves upright more, but let's bring that back to 8. And then our move speed, let's double that as well and see what happens. And away they go. Okay, that's too much, clearly. Yeah, it can't be that strong. It just has to be like enough. Spin, spin, spin. Keeps going around. And what I could do is have it degrade over time. I could get the linear velocity times 0.9, so lose like 10% each time. Maybe like, yeah, that might work. And then normalize it, and then multiply it by 10. We can see. But then we're always adding a net positive anyways. So I don't think it's ever going to slow down. But that is more of what we're looking for. I'm going to try something drastic. I think this is more or less just the same as multiplying by half as much. Making it less powerful, right? Just something to keep it going. That way, if we launch it at reasonable speeds, it'll be going. Okay, I think with that, we can probably make the arena smaller again. And the camera closer. So, game. Arena. Need your size to be Honestly, probably like this and like this. Quite small. My gosh, please just zoom in here. There we go. That might be too small, but we'll see. He thinks that will be way too small, actually. Cameraman, where are you at? I'm gonna make the launcher. Oh. Just like this, maybe. Okay. That is a very small arena. Okay. But look, okay. Our spinning top kind of goes around like you might expect. If it gets bonked, it'll right itself again. Okay. I could start detecting collisions on maybe the edges of. Yeah, I could do. That would be pretty reasonable to do. And then I could have it slow down. But look at that. Look at that. Wow. My target mesh thing doesn't need to be nearly so big anymore. Let me make it a little sphere. I can. Sphere, there we go. And then material. Actually, wait. This should be height lower. Very slim. I do that. At least then it's less in the way. Obviously, it's just temporary, and it's not going to be visible later on. But okay, I think the bowl needs to be a wee bit larger. Let's see, at least X and Z direction. Our arena. So wait. Oh, I had these tied together. That's why I got so small. Oops. Okay, let's try this. If I do that, I need it to be deeper, I think. Slightly. So like if I were to launch it in, oh yeah, it would just go flying out. So let's say it's 9 deep. Then move it up. Like so. I really should have centered it in Blender or whatever. Yeah, but then you're hitting the edges like way too much. You're like grinding against it, which is not what you want. I want to be tilting. Oh, you know what? That's what I should do. Holy shit. I shouldn't be trying to tilt it toward straight up. I should be trying to tilt it toward. I should have it trying to look at the center. Above the center, basically. And that would mimic what the effect we actually want. Okay, let's see this. So instead of doing it this way, our center above point. I don't know, man. Vector 3 of 0. How far up would it have to be? I could just make another one of these and call it the above. I don't know, above. Then move it up. And then be like, where is the top? There it is. In fact, I'm gonna move it over here. at export and make it the target above node is a node 3D. And then give it that as a assignment. And then just be like, all right, I want to go to set a vector up. Self dot this dot global position. And see how that looks. Maybe not strong enough. Oh wait, I did not comps it out. Let's write speed. If I double it. It doesn't look like it's doing it. All I can say. I'm saying, oh, yeah, this doesn't work how I want it because this is based on rotation, not position. Hold on. I need to do this. Force look at top, but I don't want to just be like, where is it? Self dot look at, because that would do it immediately. And it would never be able to tilt anywhere else is the problem. I still want to be able to apply a torque. Does this return anything? No. Is there a way for us to... get what this would provide us? I don't know. So I want our current rotation to go to some angle that would look at the center. I mean, it would be so much easier to just be like, oh, you know what I could do? In the top here, I could be like, hey, I've got a node. This is really dumb, but we'll look at node. Let's see. Let's do this. This is poorly named, to be honest. I probably but what I do is I say, if I'm looking at horse, I say this will look at the self dot top, or what did I call it? Target above node. Dot global position. I'm just saying rotate and look at that. And then this would become its basis. Maybe, possibly. I don't think I'm force look at top. Do that instead of that. Okay, let's try and see what happens. Oh, okay. Well, that's that is behavior. That certainly is behavior. That's not quite what I had in mind. Trying to rotate to where it is rotated to. Just need this node. I mean, it's going to be rotating based on... Yeah, I have to move this out, unfortunately. It's got to be over here. And then it's going to be... You reset this. Game, top, sign here. And then I say, now it'll be using global position to global position. I could have just done to local too, probably, but... What? Where are you looking, bro? Does it need to be a rotated... that might be it. It also might just be... I've got these backwards. Nope. I think it's rotated is what's happening. Let me do something quickly here. Copy you here. And what I'm going to do is see what its rotation is. I can't because it's too goddamn high up. All right. Okay, where is it? Why is it not showing up? Where is it? Why is it over there? I told it to look at. Oh, I see. I need to look at from position. Self dot global position. So I'm trying to look at from this position to this position, get that angle, and then use that as my correction. Maybe possibly. Wait, why is it at the bottom of here still, huh? Oh. Oh, it's probably moving it there. Interesting. It is evidently not working. It's not working. Why does that not look at properly? This is the entire purpose of look at. Huh? This thing should be pointed at above. And then based on that rotation. But its look at position is just weird. It's not doing what I thought it would do. Moves the node to specified position, then rotates the node to point toward the target, similar to look at. Operation calculated in global space relative to the world. Okay, I mean, that's fine. Why does that not give me what I want then? What if I don't do this? I can see it here. But it is totally not... Oh, it's pointing like... I see. It's definitely offset by like 90 degrees or some shit. And that's why. I think it's looking at it from the edge. I want it to be like face on. I guess it doesn't... Well, I can try. If I were to say rotate you on the x-axis, it looks like it's working there, but that means I need to apply minus 90 degrees to this on the x-axis. Thought rotated around vector 3 on the x-axis for what is this is in radians, right? Angle and radians. 2 radians, degrees to radians, minus 90. That did not work. Do I have to do it here? The whole thing? Oh, I messed that up. Sorry. Stop. I didn't take the whole thing. Can't tell if it's working. Clearly not. Hold on. Let's I'll just actually just temporarily do it like here, so it's like super duper strong. That's funny. Not exactly what I want. Times 2. And then Oh, what if I do this and just have it look at it? Yeah, it's wrong. The look at is assuming we're facing in a different direction than we actually are. It thinks we're going in the it assumes we go in the positive Z direction. And right now we are currently facing the positive Y direction. So that would be Y. So what I'd want to do is rotate it this away. And then in the game, don't know. Oh, that didn't actually make any difference for some reason. I think I'm not supposed to have any transformations on that. I'm supposed to have it here and here. Sorry, is that positive Z direction? Yeah. And the collider, are you in the right position? You are, yeah. Then I go back here and I rotate you by default. Be upright. Hello? Hello? Okay, let me just comment this out quickly. Let's see what it's doing. I see. That is a thing. That is certainly a thing. Maybe I should have rotated it minus 90, but we're putting it back. Either way, look at is just not fucking working for me. Or it's rather it's not giving me what I want. Is there a cute way to get around that? There's a jank way. No. I mean, let's try toward the negative Z. If I do that, what happens? Oh, because then I'm spinning around the wrong axis on the other one. That's what's happening here. First, let me comment this out. And then up is no longer no, up is no longer up if I rotate it like that. So it has to be forward, question mark. Back. Left. Right. Wait, why is I'm so confused. Okay, you know what? This is not worth a headache. That's not worth a headache. Anyways. There has got to be a way to do this better. If I enable this, it's going to be off. Like, it works, but I'm not rotated. I need to be rotated another 9 degrees this way. Which I thought I'd be able to do. So look at modifier 3D. What's that? Oh, it's for the skeletons, right? Okay. Let's see. Rotate object local. Around the y-axis of 90 degrees, negative. Don't think that did anything. Well, that did something. That also did something. Just not really what we want. Oh, that was it. There we go. So now it's okay. Now it's hard stock looking at that center point, which is not super duper what you want. But now, instead of doing to myself directly, I can use our node here that I've set up specifically for this. And then we can do our correction. I don't need to do this extra rotation. And we can see it'll apply, but gently. It's a lot of wobble, but I'm going to reduce the amount. Oh, I had it multiplied by 2. That would probably be why. And then we get a bit more of a natural look. So I'm impulsing it, so it's scraping against the wall, but then it's, rotating back. Okay, that's kind of cool. That's not too shabby. I don't have my full screen project settings. Where's the resize here? Config. Window. I want to change what happens when I resize it. Stretch. Viewport? Question mark? Maybe, possibly. I do that. And then full screen. Oh, but didn't do anything there. Canvas items. I mean, I don't really have any canvas items right now. Why is my, why is it not? Keep, oh, fixed sized. Keep aspect ratio. I could render it out and test to see if, but either way, I think that's fine, but, is there a setting for that? Make it the default aspect keep. Okay, yeah. So I think it would, when exported, be able to do that. Okay, so that's fine. I'm gonna close a bunch of windows because I got a ton of shit open now. So now we need to do the launcher, probably. Instead of just starting it there. Also, I'm gonna make the whatchamacallit a little bit bigger again, or at least not as tall, maybe. No, let's just make it a little wider. Let's make it like 8. There we go. It's not too bad. Maybe. Well, I'll have to try it first. I also have to fix the lighting. I forgot. I've had some speed. It's not self-writing hard enough, I think. Here's about like 50%. See what happens. That's not too bad. Oops. Looking out of the window. It's not very fast is the thing. It feels so slow. I can also still have move to the center as an extra effect. That is spiraling in. Spiraling in. Like so. That is more of like what you'd expect, right? So it actually kind of looks like spinning top battles now. All I need is okay. You know what? That's not a bad start to the day, I would say. How long have I been doing this for? 4.5 hours almost. Okay, so if I can get the launch going, I think I'll call this pretty successful. So instead of having the top here by default, I need it to be... Do I want the script on the... I guess I do. So the first things I need to keep track of is the... So I need var is launched, the boolean, and it will start off as false, and it will only do this if it's launched. If it's not launched, we can just do else technically. Then we need to, well, I'm going to pass for now, but the plan is we need to have the hold left mouse button and spin mouse to spin the crank. And increase launch power. Release left mouse button to release the top. Also, I'm going to do this and it's launched. Okay. Okay. Apply force to top based on power. It would have to be in the direction of wherever you're pointed when you stop. Well, actually, I also need you to be able to look around. And if you're using the mouse to crank the thing, you're gonna have a hard time looking around with the mouse. It's just gonna be jittering all over the place. You can do it without looking around to start with and just see how it feels. And I'm certain I'll change it. All right, so I think it's if event or input event dot is wait. Is action press. There we go. I'm gonna do it this way. Project settings. We need our input map. What are the built-in actions? Do I accept right, left, right, blah, blah, blah. Does it have anything for... It doesn't really matter. Add a new action called left mouse button. And add a click, left mouse button. Okay. And then I should probably change this. That should probably be just... I'll be down. I'll be up. Or... Let's call it press and release. Wait. Wait. That doesn't work that way. I just see if it was pressed and I stop. Okay, whatever. Left mouse button, if it is pressed, or if... Yeah, and then I can say if it's just pressed and negated or something, or just not pressed. Is action released? Okay. Very well. When I hold left mouse button for now, what I'll do is, well, let me comment this out just so I don't get the error. And then camera needs a reference to the launcher. The crank itself. Launcher crank is currently a Node 3D. Then we're going to be like, if you hold down mouse left button, then it's going to rotate around vector.up with, does it, I don't know, 0.1 for now. Let's just see if it does anything. Wait. Oh, sorry, vector 3 up. There we go. Let's just see what happens here. I forgot to assign the thing. Hold on. Crank. Reload. It's only triggering once when I click. Okay, hold on. Is action key pressed? Turns. Oh, because I'm only doing this on a handle event. Oops. I need to do this. Honestly, every frame, I guess. That's not necessarily true. I could set a Boolean and then blah, 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 but whatever. This is if it's launched. Or if it's not launched, sorry. If it's not launched, then we will do this. Oh, but I need the event. Signals. Can I? I don't think I can. Okay, I am going to have to do it down there. If, rotate, crank. Hold on. Else. Rotate, crank is equal to true. If it's not, then rotate, crank equals false. Do it here and then be like blah blah blah, it's a bool, and then be like make sure. There we go. Oh well, I released and then it did not work. So if I say if is action released and crank is false, and I say is launched is equal to true. I spin it around and then I'm releasing and it's not doing it. Oh, because I'm only doing it on is pressed. I see. Okay, hold on. I just do it here. I guess what I'm doing is actually silly. Do it like this. Then I guess it doesn't really matter. It really doesn't matter. All right. There we go. So then we're back to our regular controls after launch, quote unquote launching. Okay, so if the crank is true, then I need a reference to the top, which is the lookout node, sure. Dot global position will be equal to, I'm gonna need, I mean, for now I could set it to the crank, but it's gonna be wanting to be at a spot later. Launcher crank, sorry. So I do this, it's chilling there, I release it. Okay. That's, I mean, kind of getting there. Problem is it's in a bad spot. I need it to be, zoom to this. I need to be underneath here. So I actually need the crank top holder, I guess. And then it'll be down here. And that is where I will get the top to get put. Except I need it to actually be farther down. So what I'm going to do is this, maybe? If I change this, is it going to change the other one? Yes. Okay. I need to have this be unique, please. Go. Size of 0.5. Probably fine. This is what the top is going to come out of. And then if the top's positioned there, it needs... I need to be positioned down here, but whatever. Oh, sorry, it's in the camera. I'm gonna need a reference to that. Top holder is actually... I guess it doesn't really matter, but let's make a node. This will just make it easier on us. Where did you go, my dude? There we go. Put it a little bit underneath, so it like sticks out a bit. Okay, and then I go here, I assign it, and I put it to that position. It's so big compared to... Okay, so we have to change the general scale on this, I think. Yeah, the top is way bigger than our launcher right now. So my launcher I did scale down and kind of somewhat intentionally. All right, so we're going to do this, and we're going to have it positioned more like so. And see how that looks. So there it is there. And then I go, wee! Oh God. Okay. It just goes like crazy bananas. I can change this thing's linear velocity to vector 3.0. It just got like, it feels like it teleports over there. Instead of being dropped. Also, it needs its it needs to not be spinning. So let's do, let's see. Are launched, bool is equal to false. If not launched, just return, don't do anything. And same with process, not that it really matters in this case. And then what I do is when I release it, I go top dot launch is true. Sorry, I really need to rename this variable. Now if I do this, doesn't seem like it's moving to the spot properly. Huh? Where is it? Angular velocity is also 0. Wait, why is it still... Oh, it's not doing anything. It just... Yeah, okay. While not... Else, if the... Look at node dot launched. If it's not launched and we're not rotating the crank, that's fine. I can do this or this. And then it's just this. What, you know what? This is jank as hell, but I'll take it. The only problem is I can't see where it is. Cameraman, I need you to actually. Oh, actually, that's not going to work so much. I need this to be more forward just so I can see if it's being positioned correctly. I don't see it. It does spawn underneath it, actually. But I don't see it before that. It might be in there and I just can't. Hmm. Hmm. Oh. I should definitely have it rotate the other way around, but where is rotate by minus and faster? And then when I release, I'm going to say the launcher crank dot visible is equal to false. Hide it. So now we're here. I spin around and I launch it. And oh, right. I have to get rid of the whole thing, not just the crank. Okay. Do this and then this and this. And like, okay. Right now it's just hold left most button to do it, but that's fine. I'm going to get rid of the mesh instance on this. I could just hide it, actually. I don't need to get rid of it for now. It's just distracting. Sit around and launch. And then we go. Then after that, I can click to tell it where to go, but I don't know if I'll keep that or not. I probably should. Whee! Now. Oh, you know what I could do? Is where is it? This code that is rotating us. The spinning, I should say. Spin top. If I don't do that, and I just apply when we release. The be like apply torque impulse of this of the look at nodes spin speed. Or, you know, fuck it. They'll just, for testing purposes. Torque impulse. Oh, it does need a vector 3. Vector 3 of. Is it around the y-axis I need to do it? Is that how that works? Evidently not. That's okay. It's easy enough to test some changes. That didn't really rotate. Didn't really rotate. It didn't stay spinning. Oh, but then I have. That's why. I don't have whatchamacallit. Oh, you know what I can do? This is fine. I go back here. I bring this back, and then I have this over time degrade. Be like spin speed times equals 0.99. So every frame is losing Oh, I should multiply it by delta. Nah. Otherwise, people with high frame rate are going to be at a severe disadvantage. It's not. I ain't spinning, sir. We got it enabled. If I don't reduce it. Really? Oh. Right. Let's see. Stamina drain. Float. Like 0.1. I should gradually stop spinning. Oh, but now it's going faster the other direction. Right. Very well. Is equal to whatever's larger of 0 and it minus this. And then what we're going to do is also be like move speed. And obviously this is going to be way too fast to drain, so I'm going to reduce it even more. Be like, hey. So that way it launches, starts with, you know, lots of speed and spinning, and then it gradually slows down, gets slower, hopefully. And then we'll stop. I also have to weaken the... I'm going to make this faster just so I can see it easier, but I also need to... The right speed also needs to do the same thing. We'll see. So then it should get more wobbly, and it'll eventually come to a stop and fall over. This doesn't look like it's... Oh. Nope, it's reversing direction again. Hold on. What did I do wrong? The spin speed should go down to 0. I need to, I think, export these so I can see. And possibly adjust them. So let's put this always on top, then go to game, click on the top so I can see for a second. We launch. Spin speed is going down. Yeah, they're all going down. 5, 4. I think it's just an optical illusion. 3. 3.4. 3.2. 3.0. It is chilling in the middle. Once it gets low enough, it should just look slow, like that. It stops spinning, and I need to be like, if the spin speed is less than or equal to 0, then move speed will also be set to 0, and write speed will be set to 0. So it stops moving. And I'm gonna increase this again just so I can see it faster. Do a launch. I will do this. Okay, and we'll see. We'll stop relatively quickly here. Then I'm hoping that with no speed, it'll just flop over. Okay, it didn't even flop over. It just... Okay, there we go. I can push it around a little bit. Then I should... Why didn't it fall over? Really didn't look like it. Why didn't it fall over? Because of this? It's still doing it. Just in case, but I should... Oh, I could do it here too, yeah. That actually would have been smarter than doing it to all of these. 1 place is better than 5 places or 6 places. Okay. So now we can launch by spinning. We'll make it so I haven't done the minigame for the spinning really yet. So we wait for it to stop and then hopefully fall over. Ah, yeah, did it. Okay, cool. Great. Okay. So now let's see. I need to change. We need to keep track of how long you spin the thing for. I would have to have a UI element, etc. But I have been going for like almost 5 hours. I'm getting hungry. So I may want to... do I have... I do have it here. Okay, I'm going to close that. Do I need to save this? No. So I might do some later tonight off stream. But I think we have a pretty good start here in terms of... All right. We actually have what looks like Beyblades. Or at least a spinning top. Now that it kind of acts how you want it to. I could turn off the debug. Didn't fall over. I guess because it was like perfectly stood straight up, but which is I don't know what I could do about that. I guess I probably don't need the crazy amount of dampening anymore. Right? If I don't do any angular dampening. Oh, God. I see. Never mind. I take it back. Might not need that much, though. Let's have it and see what happens. Okay, it's need like just a solid color for it at this point, probably. Or at least a radial texture. Boop. Okay. You know what? They ain't too bad. They ain't too bad. I might want to record a short clip of what I've done so far. I could do that at the end of the day, actually. So if you have enjoyed this, please do leave a like on the stream and subscribe. I will put up a waiting room for tomorrow's live stream, and I hope to see you guys there.